Buenos días. Buenos días, bienvenidos a todos. Voy a hacer unos anuncios logísticos para el acceso a la programación de hoy. Mi nombre es Melissa Nieto, estoy aquí con el equipo de MARP Interpretation Services. Nuestro trabajo es hacer que la programación del día de hoy esté disponible en inglés, pero también español y creole. Para las personas que quisieran recibir la programación de hoy en español y que estén en la sala, les invitamos a solicitar uno de los equipos y conectarse con el canal número 1, en el cual recibirán la señal de hoy en español. Si alguno de ustedes conocen a alguien que se está conectando a la programación en línea, el museo se siente orgulloso de asimismo poder hacer esta programación disponible en español. Y en ese caso es importante que se comuniquen con el 786-665-8802. Quisiéramos también utilizar esta oportunidad para agradecerle al equipo de lenguaje a señas, Hearts Hand, que también están aquí con nosotros el día de hoy. Rápidamente en inglés. Welcome everybody, my name is Melissa Nieto. I am part of the interpretation team present here today. Today's programming will be available in Spanish and Creole for those in the room who would like to access the information in other language rather than English, or let other ones in the room know that the programming is available in those languages. Please let them know that there is equipment available in the room and they can also connect via online. Thank you so much.
Bonjour, pour les gens qui parlent créole. Non, moi, c'est Luman Pluvio Close. Je travaille avec MARP Interpretation Services pour nous faire l'interprétation de façon que l'espace là accessible pour tout le monde. Ou capable de participer dans la langue ou sentir plus à l'aise avec là. Si vous parlez créole, il y a une série de petits appareils qui derrière. Là, vous êtes capable de prendre ou bien lever main, il y a poté pour vous. Comme ça, vous êtes capable de comprendre. Vous êtes capable de comprendre ce qui passe dans la langue créole que vous préférez pour participer à l'espace. Nous devons reconnaître tous les collègues nous qui là, qui fait signe, langage en signe, et aider tout, mettre l'espace plus accessible à tout le monde. Pour les gens qui en ligne, qui t'aiment participer, moun sa yo capable relé dans numéro ça 305 901 26 92. Nous dit tout le monde bonne participation. Moun moi qui lever main yo pour porter un petit appareil pour yo, continuer lever main nous, besoin sûr que yo ouais nous pour porter appareil là pour nous. Merci en pile.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Just made it, 11:59. I was like, that's a whole bunch of more syllables. Well, good morning, and it's really a pleasure to see everyone here. What a beautiful way to start the morning with Queen Mother. Thank you for that blessing. It's the best way to start the day. My name is Marie Vickles. I am the Senior Director of Education, and I'd like to thank you all for being here for this convening, which is part of our public education program offerings here at the museum. I'd also like to note this program is also streaming live. It's live streamed to our YouTube channel, so if you know folks that maybe would love to be a part of this, but they're not here in Miami, they can catch it online right now. And you can also watch sessions, later. It'll be up there on the site. I am truly delighted to welcome you to a special collaboration between the Pérez Art Museum Miami and Flip It and Reverse It, We Are One with All There Is. a convening centered around creativity and community, featuring artists, curators, Indigenous knowledge bearers, spiritual leaders, and cultural organizers from 4 continents who have come together with our local Miami community to share strategies for creative change-making and forging connections. Indeed, today's program provides us with the opportunity to come together as fellow human beings and ask ourselves some important questions about how we choose to exist in the world, how we relate to one another, and how we acknowledge our individual and collective paths. The importance of acknowledging our personal and cultural histories and how they connect with one another across this planet that we call home is paramount. And today, this is what we will ask of ourselves. And it doesn't just end today. I hope it's truly every day. Also, speaking of acknowledgements, I'd like to share a few acknowledgements before I introduce our morning speakers and pass the mic. Today's program reflects PAMM's ongoing commitment to our mission as a modern and contemporary art museum dedicated to collecting and exhibiting international art of the 20th and 21st centuries, as well as highlighting Miami's diverse communities and pivotal geographical location at the crossroads of the Americas. Our mission is to be a leader in the presentation, study, and interpretation and care of international modern and contemporary art, while representing and cherishing the unique diversity of Miami-Dade. Through our exhibitions and programs, we aim to encourage everyone to see art as an incentive for genuine human interaction, communication, and exchange. And we are able to do this work in part because of our incredible director, Franklin Sermons, who I'd like to thank for helping us and supporting us all along the way. A very special thank you as well to our PAMM trustees, museum circle members, and PAMM members at all levels of support. I see some of them here today. Thank you. Your support makes programs like this possible and helps us share diverse voices through art. And for future members, that's you, this is the perfect time to join. If you're interested in learning more about membership, please see any of the staff here today, myself. We'd love to tell you more. And the gratitude continues. I always say this, it's always true, and it always will be said. I want to thank the teams that help make this work possible. Yes, David Miller. Let's give him 2 rounds of applause in the beginning and the end. David Miller, Adult and Public Programs Manager, Natalie Fundora, Education Coordinator, our incredible audiovisual team, Denise Faxis and Andrew Bird, with Lazaro Yanis on video and camera, and Eleni Lacroix as our social media manager. And of course, to all the departments here at the museum that help us produce these programs. It takes a city, not just a village. We quite literally could not do it without these incredible folks. So let's give it up for them one more time. Okay, yes. And now I'd like to introduce 2 pivotal persons that are truly at the center and heart of this project, this convening. Amy Rosenblum Martin is the co-founding director of Flip It and Reverse It. Woo. Clap it up, y'all. She is an independent curator and writer whose work centers socially engaged art, international collaboration, and community building. Formerly a staff curator at the Pérez Art Museum Miami, back when it was known as PAMM, and the Bronx Museum, she co-founded Flip It and Reverse It with the late Dr. Yesenia Cellier as a global platform for creativity and ancestral knowledge and social transformation. Through the project, she has cultivated an international network of artists, curators, and Indigenous cultural bearers. Working across the Caribbean, Latin America, Africa, and the United States, Rosenblum Martin's curatorial practice brings together museums, biennials, and communities to explore how artistic and cultural practices can help shape more joy and interconnected futures. Kanisile Imwanga, curator of art. Clap it up, y'all. Curator of art in the public realm at Amos Rex, is a curatorial theorist, sociologist, and sangoma, and an ancestral indigenous healer based in Helsinki, Finland. Helsinki, thank you. It's far, y'all. Her practice operates at the intersection of contemporary art, ancestral knowledge, and emancipatory imaginaries, approaching curating not only as an exhibition making, but as an ethical, political, and spiritual practice. She has extensive experience with public art commissions and working with community, indigeneity, and publicness. Her curatorship of the 12th Liverpool Biennial 2023 addressed healing from the traumas of slavery and colonialism, and exemplifies her ability to engage with complex, shared subject matter and diverse publics. Her research engages with the queer aesthetics and ways of imagining otherwise futures through Black lived experiences and ancestral knowledges that are Black Indigenous. She is the founding curator of the Stellenbosch Triennial and served as chief curator for its 2020 and 2025 editions. Across both editions, she has articulated a curatorial framework in which art, knowledge, and lived experience operate as co-constitutive forces, shaping equity, memory, and shared imaginative futures. Mbwanga was engaged with ASICO Art School and Independent Curators International and Harvard University Africa Center, interrogating curatorial practice as an inherited colonial framework and exploring its potential for critical reorientation and transformation. She has led major international projects, including History's Footnote, On Love and Freedom, Mares 2021, and Inyanka Zonyaka at the Norval Foundation in 2020. So, without further ado, please join me in welcoming Amy Rosenblum Martin and Kanisile Mbwanga. Thank you.
Marie Vickles, thank you so much. I love how you speak. I love to hear your voice in this space as the first voice. And Marie was one of our first generation curators of Flip It and Reverse It, We Are One With All There Is, which is being birthed anew right now. Thank you to you and everyone who has made this possible. There are legions of people, and we'll have a moment. There's a lot of Flip It and Reverse It staff in the audience. We'll have you all stand up in a bit, too. Okay. What if spirit curated art? What outcome could it have on our imaginations and on the world? And I would like to credit that this text that I'm reading from right now, I co-authored with Queen Mother, who just spoke upstairs. Flip It and Reverse It is an international series of exhibitions and convenings. This is our first convening. We had our first exhibition in October to February of this past year at the Cuenca Biennial. It was part of the Cuenca Biennial in Ecuador. And this is our first convening. And it explores how curators, who are also spiritual leaders of indigenous practices found on every continent, can consult with spirit to re-envision how art world structures, methodologies, and resources could help upgrade artists' social and environmental impact.
Thokozani. We are very jet lagged, so these lights are too bright. So I do have eyes, but we are seeing you through this lens. Thokozani. Thina singombongwa ogadula ombuyisa onyamazana kamthimkhulu. Singokhumalo omtungu ombulazo wadla umuntu emnyenga ngendaba. Singomadondo omthembu omvelase oqudeni othukela omnquhe. Singomabaso babasa entabeni kwadliwa ilanga selishona. Siyacamagushisa ojola amampondomise amahle. Ombathane omgcina otshatshu. Sithokozisa omthanti omtshali ohlophe. Sithokozisa izithunywa zomoya amanoni esihamba nawo. Sithokozisa abalozi, sithokozisa umkhulu ongiphethe. Ngisithi aye ndawu aye ndawu aye. Ashe. Gratitude to be here, to be in this house, to enter a home and be welcomed. Thank you to Marie and the broader PAMM team for creating a container for Flip It and Reverse It. We are one with all that is. I'd like us to do a small exercise. George, okay. So when I say George, English is not Englishing in my mouth. I would like you to smell the fold of your left arm. Really smell it. And then the fold of your right arm. In my tradition, these folds hold your grandmother and your grandfather. They're always with you. So the fold that smells sweet is your grandmother. The fold that smells musty is your grandfather. Thokozani. We are attempting to create a current of dropping down and taking root through convening and exhibition making. It's an attempt to find the language we speak to our bodies and what that means for geography. This proposition of our project is very naive and whimsical. The desire to change the world and believe that we can. In the way Queen Mother, opened the pathway for us today to remind us of our capacity, of our expansiveness, of how deep we can look into ourselves and see the seeds within. How beautifully naive to float in a dream and drop it down here as a practice. Here, the whims and the naive becomes a critical practice, a means of imagining beyond the limits of inherited systems and opening space for forms of relations that the nation state cannot contain. Thinking of all the things that are happening on borders, people being deported, people being ankled. The nation state can't contain us. It may attempt, but it can't. The naive is reclamation not as a lack of understanding, but as a critical stance toward the assumption that govern contemporary life. The childlike quality of our proposition lies in our willingness to ask seemingly simple questions of structures that present themselves as natural and unquestionable.
Whew.
Slower. Got you, Mama.
Thank you. Okay. So how did this all start? And we'll get, it takes a while to unfold what this is, and we'll be doing that throughout the convening. But how did it start? So Jasenia Serrier, PhD, who's one of her 3 sons is sitting right here in front of me with the white shirt. He'll be speaking later today. Salvador. And she is the late Jasenia Serrier, unfortunately. She was one of my besties, and she was my thought partner, and she was the co-founder of this project. And that you saw her video at the beginning when you came in. So, oh, actually, we can move this.
We move it? Forgot.
Let's see. Oh, this is us. Keep moving?
Yellow.
Okay.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Yellow.
This is a question. We used to just, we were both big dreamers, like Kanye see this talking about naive, perhaps. And we challenged each other to see how big we could dream. And this birthed today, this project is the product of that dreaming big. It's the beginning of it. So we used to ask each other, what happens when we win? We're all fighting, right? We're all fighting for justice. Everyone I know people accuse me of living in a bubble, but I love this bubble. We're all fighting for justice and peace and joy and safety and love. All of that is love, for sure, yeah. And we used to say, what happens when we win? I remember Jasenia, we were out in a gazebo in the middle of Central Park at night, and we were sitting by a lake in the moonlit sky, and she said, when we win, I'm going to have a lot of fun and take it easy, take a rest. But there are a lot of answers. I'm sure each of you has a lot of responses in your head. What happens when all of us win? So Jasenia, who is Jasenia? She was an incredible dancer. She danced the Orisha dances on the stage of Lincoln Center with Chucho Valdez, with many, many top performers. She was a performance artist, a psychic medium, and an incredible academic and public speaker. She was also a Lukumi priestess of Oya. She was born in 1975 and died tragically young in 2023. I miss her every day. She was also the curator of global religions at the Smithsonian National Museum of African Art. And she was the single mother of triplet men, who are my nephews now. And as I said, one of them is here, so I feel very blessed. So she wanted to bring together people like her. So the convening part of this was her idea. Okay, so we came up with this together. I originally envisioned a series of biennials. Who's curated a series of biennials? And I was interested in linking places through this notion that we might talk about again later today called geographical meridians. It's very important to think about how far-flung places might be interconnected. So I was really interested at the beginning in connecting Haiti. Today is Bois Caiman Day. We're here very purposefully, as Queen Mother explained very beautifully. And at Bois Caiman Day, in my limited knowledge, but I've been thinking about this since an college undergrad, there was a woman named Cécile Fatima, who together with other people led the ceremony at Bois Caiman, which means alligator woods, in Haiti. And they danced the Yanvalu, among other dances, which I got to study at Oberlin College for 3 years, which changed my life. And my professor from Oberlin is going to be here speaking today after lunch, so y'all better stay for that, because it's a very special moment. And so through that dance, which was, of course, a Vodou dance, and so it was a spiritually infused dance, sparked the Haitian Revolution, which in my mind is the most important world-changing event, period. It gave us all freedom. I bobo, for sure, right? Bobo. So, and Jasenia reminds me of Cécile Fatima. She used to, without asking permission, she would bring people, for example, to Washington Square Park, and she would attract a big public. She was wearing an Oshun dress, dancing Oshun dances that she grew up with in Pinar del Rio in Cuba with her family, who was Yoruba, Kikongo, and Bantu. And she said that by leading these dances, without explaining what they were, but just having a big crowd dancing all together, it would create alchemy. People would get healed. Like if someone was going through a relationship issue, they might break down in tears, getting healed from just dancing the dance. Very powerful. And it creates community. You're all moving together. So it created a space for alterity, in her words, which is like what Cécile Fatima did. So she wanted to bring together people like her. She was finishing her PhD at NYU, And NYU had a series of international centers. So she was talking at the beginning especially about connecting Egypt with Greece or Italy, Rome especially, and Cuba and or Haiti or a place in the Caribbean to talk about those interconnections, which brings us to vast historical stretches, right? That's what she was thinking about. But also she wanted in each of these places to bring together people, especially Black and brown women, but also she always said, Amy, you have to include European white women and men in this project, absolutely, who are also indigenous, right? There are also indigenous practices there, who are indigenous spiritual leaders like she was, who are also academics like she was, and who are also involved in the arts. So that's what we're doing here. We're building, we're starting to build a network of people, because if these people come together with their brilliant world-changing ideas, what can we accomplish in the world? What happens when we win, right? Oops. Oh,
Okay,
I don't know how to go back.
it's fine.
Okay.
You're not done, okay.
Okay, yeah, I'm almost done. And I want to give an anecdote. She said that she once sat with an Indian woman and had such fun. She had a big laugh. And the Indian woman was raised in ancestral ways also. And so she grew up with the chants of her culture, just like Jasenia grew up with the chants of hers. And so Jasenia would say to this other woman, what's the chant for the Sweetwater deity? And the Indian woman would sing it. And then Jasenia would sing the chant for Oshun, the Sweetwater deity in Lukumi. And it would be almost the same song, and they found this repeatedly. So they were really, and they're both academics, they're really interested in digging and figuring out why this is. So this is also a big inspiration. Okay. Want to do this? Oh, no? Okay. All right, I'm going to pass you the mic.
Okay. So it's very interesting. We were trying to figure out how we co-present. Hope you're following. Who would you be uninterrupted? This is a question I always ask myself. It's poetically beautiful, but it's quite complex in practice. This question refuses to let violence become the only available grammar for understanding Black and brown existence. The question is not asking us to imagine a history without colonialism, enslavement, apartheid, displacement, or their afterlives. Those ruptures are real, material, and formative. Rather, it asks what becomes possible when we refuse to understand ourselves only through the terms produced by those ruptures. Uninterrupted, continuing without any pause, stop, break, or block. To be constant and steady. To keep keeping on. Uninterrupted doesn't necessarily mean untouched or innocent. It could mean what forms of selfhood, relation, imagination, temporality, sensuality, spirituality, kinship, and collective life persist or become possible beyond the interruption? What might we encounter if we could locate ourselves not only at the site of the wound, but also in the continuities that violence could not fully destroy? To inhabit our opacity as a compass for our aliveness, and here I mean Black aliveness, brown aliveness, Indigenous aliveness, queer aliveness, and otherwise aliveness. Opacity becomes a refusal to make Black life completely legible through the archive of violence. If the dominant historical record knows Blackness through capture, extraction, classification, dispossession, and death, then to insist on opacity is also to say there are dimensions of us that do not begin with the violence done to us, and therefore cannot be exhausted by its description. This is to ask, Can we imagine Black life not only as survival, resistance, or recovery, but as a site of invention, pleasure, pleasure, relation, futurity, and becoming? So who would you be uninterrupted? This question presents us with a beautiful tension between who would we be and who we are. The former opens a speculative space asking us to speculate otherwise. Who would you be if you were uninterrupted?
Here's a portrait of Jasenia, who I was talking about. This is dedicated to her. This project is a legacy project.
Keep it just a minute, just a second, wait.
And we also have Cisa Bueno in the audience here. This is part of her film. There she is in the back. And here is Cécile Fatima, also wearing a yellow dress, perhaps for Oshun, at the ceremony of Boakaiman.
I need your water. It doesn't want to open.
Okay.
Tobozan.
Actually, should I talk about read the rest of the explanation now?
Yalla.
Okay. Can I go backwards on this? There's a red button. I see it. Thank you. Thank you, Denise. Okay, I'll read the rest of Queen Mother and my description of this project and convening. The project process incorporates global Afro-Indigenous divination systems to renew curatorial approaches and to select artists who gather communities in collective creativity and joy, pleasure, thus creating space for alterity that may lead groups to rise up and create change for a better world together. The concept is inspired no less than by the Haitian Revolution, a universal symbol of freedom, starting with Black liberation. Flip it and reverse it, art, objects, and experiences do not necessarily present as spiritually or culturally specific, but like the collective dance that started the Haitian Revolution, they embody how vast an impact tapping into everyone's creativity, intuition, movement, and power together could have. Following our inaugural exhibition that was part of the Cuenca Biennial in Ecuador in 2025-26, this is our first convening, which takes place here at PAMM. We selected the date, as I mentioned before, to honor the August 14th, 1791 ceremony and the Congress of Boakaiman, which launched the Haitian Revolution with art. The Yanvalu dance ceremony, led in the forest by Haitian Vodou priestess Cécile Fatima, here she is pictured. Its singular outcome flipped and reversed the course of human history, because it both restored the dignity of formerly enslaved people and created a space for restoring the humanity of all people, including white people. This phenomena was not possible without the alignment of sacred rituals and art, with an unwavering political vision and a fierce determination for freedom. Her Royal Majesty Queen Mother Dr. Dowati Desir, flip it and reverse it, social curator, and Haitian Vodou priestess, says, the divine impact on the creative process causes a metaphysical cassé, which is a break or rupture in the patterns of our thinking. That break, the visions, the experiences, the messages received inform cultural production. Spirit is part of this experimental curatorial process, guiding curators as we shape, flip it and reverse it, in unpredictable ways that are both intuitive and scholarly. Right, so I'll interject that when I first talked to other museums about this project, their first question is, great, where's the checklist? Where's the list of artworks that's going to be in the exhibition? But we don't know yet. we're consulting with Spirit. Now I lost my place. Here we go. Our ceremonies, rituals, and divinations, one of which happened yesterday, are not presented as performance art. To respect the curator's right to opacity, to use Edouard Glissant's term, their findings, translated into contemporary art discourse at the end of the day today, are later shared with the public, and you're going to hear it. The resulting art will enable viewers to recognize their own agency, spiritual or otherwise, and act on our collective power. Our power. We all have the power of a storm. We all have the power of the ocean. We are one with all there is. Continuing this work in the future with project leaders representing every continent and future venues that may include the Bienal País, Guatemala, Alice Yard in Trinidad and Tobago, and perhaps Amos Rex in Finland. Our ultimate project goal is to build a global network that brings together, quote, these are Jasenia's words, Indigenous healers, cultural bearers, artists, and academics to discuss their commonalities, epistemologies, that means knowledges, and potential interventions for the future of humanity and the planet. Were we thinking big, folks? I know you all do too.
Next.
Yeah.
Okay. Thokozani.
Ashe.
Ashe. Okay, so we're just drawing a card, in relation to cosmologies of rematriation. Do you want to look at it first, what you pulled? What number is it?
Oh, Lord.
Oh, Lord. So we're using the African Goddess Rising Oracle, and do you want us to read it? Okay, we have pulled card number 20, Aunt Nancy, Betrayal.
And she's a spider who weaves webs.
So, Aunt Nancy, Shadow of Betrayal, Diaspora Akan, Temple, Shadows, Element Air. Anansi Okwaku Ananse, the Akan trickster god and sacred clown. I'm sure many of us who are in the spiritual practice are aware of the trickster or the crossroads in, I'm forgetting now, in the Benin kingdom. They speak about Thokozani. I was about to say Queen Mother assist. But there are a lot of interesting ways to interpret that. Akan trickster god and sacred clown snuck into our global folk tales. While Gula Gishi children heard tales of Aunt Nancy, the trickster spider woman, but Guyanese parents entertained us with Nancy stories about a witty teen spider. Auntie Nancy's shadow guidance is, who really betrayed you? Betrayals from others mirror our betraying ourselves. Embodiment. Betrayal is a web that disrupts everything you thought you knew. Use discernment in your relationships. Betrayal makes it difficult to trust, but without trust, your relationships are a lie. Trust that no matter what happens and no matter how long it takes, you will survive and thrive. The real question is, how have you betrayed or abandoned yourself? Goddess declaration, I am willing to know the truth.
I like it.
Okay. Now, in 2002, in her album called Under Construction, Missy Elliott drops stop it because... Okay, our time is short. So in 2002, Missy Elliott drops this album, right, Under Construction. This overtly sexual and playful song is a proposition to women to own their sexuality, like her body, her desirability, and her power. To know how to move, perform, and take control of sexual energy. Missy Elliott does something genius with her line, put my thing down, flip it, and reverse it. She actually reverses the recording, right? The song performs what it proposes. Missy takes things that traditionally position women as objects of desire, hips, sex, movement, seduction, and says essentially, I know this language. I can use it. I can manipulate it. And I decide how it moves. So, if we read this song through opacity, it can become a methodology for refusing the demand to become fully legible. By reversing the verse, saying there's something here for you, you will encounter it without immediately mastering it. Flip it and reverses become epistemology. The song doesn't tell us to reverse something. It makes reversal into a way of knowing. She makes language unstable. She stretches it, bends it, repeats it, distorts it, reverses it, makes it rhythmic, makes it sonic. So the voice is not only communicating through language, the voice becomes material. Sound itself carries the meaning. Mm-hmm. I infer Missy Elliott here, because, I'm from that age. I'm an 80s baby. So I infer Missy Elliott here, because of forensic listening to the song that led me to ponder. Rather than continually asking Black life, brown life, queer life, Indigenous life to explain itself within the terms produced by colonial knowledges, what happens if we move the position of the inquiry itself, flip it, and reverse it?
Mm-hmm. Okay. So we are building a glossary of terms that help people come into our project universe. Flip it and reverse it. I actually was consulting with Yesenia Spirit to come up with this title, Flip It and Reverse It, We Are One With All There Is. And Flip It and Reverse It absolutely came from the Missy Elliott song, which we love in our household, right, Mireya? And also, it describes the movement of a snake or a serpent without naming a snake or a serpent, especially a snake shedding its skin for transformation and renewal. In terms of exhibitions and convenings, I think we've already touched on that.
I think because we kind of ran out of time, what we'll say is that as we are making sense and building the foundation of Flip It and Reverse It, we are looking really at these terms that are so we use generally global indigeneity. What does that even mean? What are we saying? Who are we speaking to? Where are we speaking from? Or this intersectional environmentalism. So we're thinking about these terms very deliberately to see how they work or how we want to work with them in Flip It and Reverse It.
Thank you. How much more time do we have?
2 minutes.
Oh, okay. Let's go through some images, shall we?
Yeah.
I think we've already touched on a lot of this anyway.
These are just images imagery that we're playing with that excite us, that sort of speak about this flip it and reverse it, how it can be embodied and how it can exist in practice, and how artists, thinkers, sociologists, spiritual practitioners have already been inhabiting the space of flip it and reverse it. And what we are doing is to gather those knowledge systems and catalog them, I guess. But Queen Mother would be better versed to actually speak about how we can hold those knowledges and how we can create maps through those knowledges.
This is an example of an artwork that, when I get lost in the vast constellation of ideas that form this project, I come back to the moment of Cécile Fatima in Bois Caiman, sparking the Haitian Revolution's triumph through art, right? So likewise, I would say that in this revival field piece by Mel Chin, he's making art that actually makes a social impact. He researched plants that heal the soil after, for example, an atomic bomb has dropped. So I'm really interested in how art, social practice art, other kinds of art can actually impact the world.
Flip it and reverse it is interested in how art can impact the world.
Yes, we are. And this is kind of a sense of where else we might go to give you, and yes. And I also, okay, definitely,
Have to.
we want to acknowledge the staff. And a lot of people are here. Stand up. If you're part of the staff of Flip It and Reverse It, stand up. Your names are on the screen. Yes, and we have some people who are not here, but their names are on the screen. Yes.
Thokozani to all of you.
Thank
Thokozani.
you. Thank you so much for being here. I feel great in this room. This is a beautiful energy. Thank you so much. Should we? Now it's my turn to hand it over to someone else.
No, before we hand over to someone else, 1 minute, we would like to read the words of...
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Jasenia Sariek.
Yeah. Do you want to start?
I'll start.
Yalla.
Okay. She wrote, Flip It and Reverse It aims to disseminate Afro-Indigenous knowledge through the visual, performing, and mystical arts, catalyzing social, environmental, and racial justice.
In the words of Dr. Celia, our ultimate project goal is to build a global network that brings together Indigenous healers, cultural bearers, artists, and academics to discuss their commonalities, epistemologies, and potential interventions for the future of humanity and the planet. It is important always for us to invoke the spirit of Yesenia when we speak, because we are here gathered because she dared to dream alongside Amy Rose. Thokozani.
Okay, so I'll introduce from here. Is that, yeah, that makes sense, right? Yeah, I'm gonna introduce Adrian Castro. Oh, okay. Thank you so much. Incredible. Incredible. Kanisile. You'll hear more from Kanisile and Queen Mother at the end of the day, and a lot of other amazing people. So Adrian Castro and I met a long time ago here at the Miami Art Museum, which is the previous incarnation of this museum, and where I was a staff curator, amazing. And he is a poet, and he is a doctor of traditional Oriental medicine. And when I was sort of building out this notion of convenings a long time ago, I'm not sure what spark gave me the idea to call you and talk to you about it, Adrian. But Adrian's conversation, we talked for hours, and it absolutely blew my mind, because he was from within various cultures, which you may or may not want to talk about during your presentation today, Adrian. He was talking about the connections between Miami, Cuba, Nigeria. Also, interestingly to me, Cuba, China, Tibet, in terms of the project that we've started to outline here to you today. So you can understand my excitement. I've invited him here today to illustrate through his poetry and performance our notion of geographical meridians, which I would also like to credit to one of our social practice artist, Ishel, who's in Hawaii. Thank you, Adrian, for being here.
Good afternoon. Geographical meridians, like physical meridians, are not visible. You can slice a continent open. You can slice an arm open, and you will not find the meridian. It neither comes nor goes, is neither existent nor non-existent. It is not visible, but is not invisible. And that's the power that it has. Kanye Celia talked about this a few minutes ago, that yes, there is the material. Yes, there is the moment. Yes, there is what is happening. But at some point, we have to transcend that. And that's where the real power and empowerment lies. So it seems to me that one method of doing this is inventing a new atlas. So I'm going to start with a poem inspired by a piece by Edouard Duval-Carrier, a dear friend who has worked here in this museum, who I was blessed that he did the artwork for my very first book. I don't know, Edouard, are you here? No? Tomorrow. Okay. Well, yeah, but I'm going to go by his place. So, can we get to the other slide? The slide a little bit more. Yeah. So this is a poem based on a painting very, very similar to this. It's not exactly this one, but it's very similar to this. The mysteries come to the bridge. This takes a snapshot of crossing the Julia Tuttle Causeway from the beach into Midtown, which I imagine that Edouard did every day because he lived on the beach, and at that time, his studio was in Midtown. And as you cross the Julia Tuttle Causeway and you look over, you see the skyline of Miami, and you're obviously crossing over water. And is a microcosm of what happens and what was happening at that time and what has continued to happen. The mysteries come to the bridge. The embarkation can be Haitian, itself a basket of fruits, forced to float from Igbo, Yoruba, Congo, Dahomey country. The embarkation can be Cuban too, itself a canasta of fruits. The mysteries come al son de tambores bata. There are fish who kiss this boat. They too are wise because they witness and remember. Ochun, quien es el Zuli, Ogun es Ogu. Aquí viene Ogun, Ogun, Ogun. Loco es Iroko. Ko, ko, ko. Legba, Elegba. Yeshua Dara. Who delivers messages with a Morse code of offerings. Dambala, coiled in a snake of white cloth. Obatalai o Nanaburuku. Yamoja Olokun Agwe, hosting the onslaught of oars on their soft tablecloth of blue. Oromila, slowly sang the journey. Ifa. They departed like a whispered incantation. The shore was assisted by sea grapes, which we call ubi de caleta, by lengua de vaca, by albahaca. And they were crabs, icaré, turtles who teared only an antenna, only an eye, while the other bid farewell. It was quiet. This story is repetitious. Their boat was made of calabash. They sliced the upper world and this world. They used the upper to cover their heads, the lower to dance on water. There were certain signatures, incantations etched. There were smaller gourds dangling on the sides, some beaded, some painted. History has it they were packed with juju, the ancestor of mojo. Le dicen brujería. Le dicen Nisheosain. Then the embarkation arrived, smooth like fingers sliding through powder. They saw a similar scene. The flora smiled like an old friend. Botón de oro spilled a golden button. These are all herbs, by the way. Peregun with its bayonet provided defense. Campanas rung their silent scent, and there was Seiba, Iroko's brother, who they called Araba. It too had a white cloth circling its trunk. The mysteries smiled. Tradition migrated. When the embarkation arrived, only the names had changed. Names changed, like yours. Like mine. This is how the story you just said, Amy, about Yesenia and this Indian woman, how they were singing songs which were very similar and yet cross over. It's only the names changed. That's it. And so the meridians are what connect all the different body systems, all the different functions of the body. And these geographical meridians are not visible. This is what connects all the different cultures, all the different ideas, all the different philosophies, all the different approaches, all the different aspirations. A new atlas. Titing will always follow tutung. In the bellows of hymns, if our rhythm is to continue, when we flap with a lip and a flip. This was written in 2000, okay? I'm not improvising this. When we flap with a lip and a flip away from the source. Not only flamenco corners, not only areito plazas, not only aserekwe munyangefo, not only yalode aladeoin, crown of honey, but the chatter of hands, but the toss of piropos, but the bustle of waves and the splash of voices, tang tang, criollo. Titing will always follow tutung. In the cauldron of rhythms, we begin to blend impressions, tú con cubano, we with boricua, afro con America, santo con domingo. They said some machete could clear routes, could root a new identity strung with bilingual links of iron. They said pour a pint of palm oil, slaughter a bottle of aguardiente o babancu. I noticed that. Spray a black rooster above the links. They said even the machete también will have to dance también, sharp and slippery. Titing will always follow tutum. We forge incantations, tones laced with the history of Monte Adentro. The jungle becomes our cohort through these hymns. Through these hymns we remove fallen trunks, like lifting hollow figs, like this was secretly been the method. 3 gourds plunge from their source, each speak with a slight nasal whistle. Oye, camina muchacho un poco más pa'lante. You'll find ese river, rio, that has the root, the thought, like water. Oracle, to spill it. Herb, to spiritize it. Stone, to memorize it. Welcome to the home of wise fish. Who will read the wet letters writ with cowries? Who will chant the links of the traditions? And wise fish are wise because they witness and remember. They're watching all this. You know, they never close their eyes. So I wanted to do something a little bit more once we are here. Those of us who are from here know this place that I'm about to talk about, but may not really have gone there or hung out there. I myself went there just recently, just a few weeks ago, and kind of absorbed the vibe there a little bit more. But I hadn't been inside this park in a long time. And I'm talking about Domino Park, El Parque del Dominó in Little Havana. And so, some time ago I wrote this as an ekphrastic, as if Domino Park was a sculpture or an installation. And so, there's a couple of words here that are a little niche. Anybody know what the word capicua means? Glexi, you probably know what capicua means. So it's like it's a play of dominoes, okay? And I don't even know where that word comes from. But basically, you know, in dominoes, people usually come out with a double, the first play, or like double 9 or double 6 if you're playing the double 6. If you're Puerto Rican and you're playing the double 6 or double 9. So or with a double, whatever. But sometimes you throw out like a 2-1, and that's like, whoa, what's that about, you know? So that's what capicua is. He opens with capicua, the play that says, I'm not coming, I am not going, I'm here. He opens the matinee, the double-ended doble filo, keeping your secrets up your sleeve. a Cuban kung fu kid with double-edged dagger, smooth as tobacco smoke circling the humid air. The war was not won in 1955, not won at the Bay of Pigs, here below the cannons of Coño, below the shade of Hagüey, every tile is king. Amidst memories on replay, memories of first kisses, of afternoon strolls down prados of gardenias, of the love that comes, of the love that goes. Here is where the war was won. Down the street from Café Nostalgia, now long closed, the story is told between sound and sense. Memory lies between rhythm, heat speaking Spanish, sweat cooling fantasies of what could have been ante exilio, ante migration, the love that comes, the love that goes. Congas kuma king king kung down calle ocho. Trumpets, guiro, maraca provide steady chatter. Cafecito pan con timba served through ventanitas like a mother's welcome home. As pedestrians huddle to double check what country they in. Here is where the war was won. No meridians. Amidst galleries of modernists, grandchildren of Wilfredo Lang and Amelia Peláez, Cundo Bermúdez, Portacarrero, Carlos Alfonso, Carlos Luna. Memory lies between color. As light in Little Havana burns orange, old folks stir the dominoes. Dale agua al dominó, they say. An ajiaco of history on display. The last game of this matinee. Chicho el Cojo opens with Capicua, an obtuse comment on the hand he's chosen. His memory still sharp as the night his leg was badly beaten. He proclaims through his gold tooth, tranquilidad viene de tranca, as he slams down his ivory ficha. Y tranca juego, the last statement locking the game loud and lauding, like the rooster's first call. Aquí, el gallo que más mea soy yo. Thank you.
Thank you, Adrian. That was wonderful. All right, a few housekeeping schedule updates for everyone here. Unfortunately, William Cordoba's tour of Basquiat is canceled. He's under the weather, so he won't be here today. We do have a 1 p.m. public tour that you are welcome to join. It's probably just starting now, so if you're fiending for a tour, you can either meet the group downstairs by the front desk, or you might see like a group wandering through the galleries, and you can just join them. The second thing I'd like to mention, if your tummy's rumbling and you're hungry, we have lunch for purchase down at Verde. It's our restaurant. There's a cafe, and there's also a sit-down option. So if you do want to do sit-down service, I would say go do that right away so that you can rejoin us at 2 p.m. We'll all be back here at 2 p.m. Also for staff, I want to mention that our staff lunch will be on the 3rd floor from now until 2, so do not delay. Get yourselves up there, get some vittles, and enjoy that. And then just to reiterate, we will resume programming back here in the auditorium at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, not Miami time. Okay, and Amy has one more announcement. Just hang tight 1 second.
Hi, I know this would be an easy time to leave. I just want to encourage you all to stay because after lunch we have my Oberlin professor talking about dance, and especially the Yonvalu, and Rashida Bumbray, hello, And then the grand finale of today is that Kanisile and Queen Mother are going to report what they found in their divination about this project at our ceremony yesterday. So that will show you the shape of the project moving forward as we expand across oceans. So this is not to be missed if you have the chance to stay. I encourage you. Thank you.
Thanks, Amy. Yeah, all right. Okay, you heard her. See you at 2.
First of all, a little housekeeping detail. Someone left their glasses? Marie, shall I leave the glasses up here? Yeah. Okay. Okay, I'll bring it back to the seat. My name is Amy Rosenblum Martin. I am the, thank you. I am the co-founding director of Flip It and Reverse It. We are one with all there is. And I recognize most of you from the morning session. We have a big treat in store for you right now. Whew. I did mention briefly this morning the origin story of this project, or one of the origin stories of this project. When I was an undergrad at Oberlin College, I had the great luck of studying the Yanvalu, the dance that one of the dances that Cécile Fatiman danced in Bois Caiman, Alligator Forest, today in 1791, sparking the triumph of the Haitian Revolution in 1804. How did I learn that? I learned it through my body first. I learned this history of the Haitian Revolution through my body first because this lady sitting on the right here is Adenike Sharpley, and she was my professor of the Yanvalu for 3 years. And her pedagogy changed my life. And I've been wanting to honor her for a very long time. And I am really excited that today is the day, or the first time I get to do it. Because her pedagogy was basically, we were actually dancing with live drummers, and it was really hard. And she was talking about the meaning of every move. I remember that you taught us that it started with a shekere because the shekere originally was made with snake vertebrae going across the gourd, and the gourd represented the earth, and the snake represented the first creatures that crawled across the earth. So we were calling upon the earliest chapters of history. But then she also would send us into the stacks at the library and have us study what this dance meant in depth for 3 years. I still have the papers. And this led me later, actually in grad school years later, to develop the concept of corporeal intelligence, which is basically that the body teaches the mind as much as the mind teaches the body. And if you project the world map onto that, so the global south is the body and the global north is the mind, the global south teaches the global north as well. So if you imagine doing a head spin, makes you dizzy, it disrupts things, and it messes with all the hierarchies, the intersectional hierarchies. So all of that I just wanted to, and I curated a whole bunch of exhibitions and wrote a whole bunch of essays on this corporeal intelligence concept, and I didn't even realize until later. I was like, wait a second, where did this come from? It came from Adenike, and here she is. And Rashida Bambray, who I'm sure you all know, about her amazing work, has been honoring Adenike all along, and she was an Oberlin student who came there right after me. So I'm going to let Rashida speak for herself about what Adenike means to you. And then I would also like to introduce Miguelo Valdez here, who's going to help us out on drums at the end of this part of the program, because I'm hoping to get you all to stand up and move a little bit, because it's no fun to sit still all day and listen. At least I don't think so. So we're going to move a bit at the end. Did I forget anything? We're good? No. Okay, have fun.
Thank you, Amy. I just want to start by saying thank you to all of the organizers of these 3 days, and thank you for the invitation for Adenike and myself to be here and to talk about really the blessing of Adenike's pedagogy and the way that it has had both an intellectual bearing on the art world in terms of her students working in the art space, but also some of the philosophy behind her teaching and the way that her students have brought this forward, and specifically in my work, the way that Adenike's teaching has been a directive and a North Star. Oh, I think I'm in charge of the slides. Maybe not this deck. Can I have the next slide, please? So this is Adenike's quote, "How do I move with respect for my ancestors?" Do you want to speak about that at all? Yeah.
I don't know. I came from, I don't do well with these, place where my grandfather and the ancestors were always talked about. I'm right now on a farm, family farm that's been in the family since 1818. It was falling down. I went there. I reconstructed it, and now I have goats, chickens, and 2 pits. And we grow fruit, vegetables. And my grandfather ran over 100 acres or more by the time of his death for a long time by himself. I am trying to do this, and I have just 1/4 of the farm, and it's kicking my butt. It's very hard, and I'm working also. But it had been pressed into me from very small that my ancestors are why I'm here. I never learned that I am so important. I'm a descendant of Geechees, also Yoruba. Also, my grandfather's name is Kofi, so from Ghana. But I was always taught that you are standing on the feet, or you are standing on the ground where your ancestors were. And it's very important that you respect them in every single thing that you do, and that you take care of those coming behind you. A lot of my family also was some of the American Indian that came up through the Durant side. What is that, Taylor Tears? Some of my ancestors were on that. Because my great-great-grandfather married, I don't know what tribe she was. His mother was African, his father was white. And he is the reason why we have the land back in 1818. There are very few other African Americans in that particular area that had land in. And it was because his father was white that we were able to stay there. And from the beginning, he always made sure that it was a refuge for any slaves, any free people who needed a place to stay. We had a what is that mill called? Sugar mill. And that's how the family made money. It sat there until 2000, when one of my cousins decided that he should sell it. But it sat in the same place all those many years. So that's why my students always heard me talk about the ancestors. And I don't care. I respect everybody's. I don't care whose ancestors they are. You need to respect them if they're yours. I've had students who were out of England. We did family trees, and I said, you go back and you trace them. It's important to everyone. It gives you that stability. Okay.
Thank you. So I wanted to, when I thought about the philosophy that you taught us, Adenike, I thought about this concept of citational politics. And specifically the phrasing of that, my friend Nagara Ekudumu, who is Apollo priestess and also a writer and curator, started talking about citational politics, specifically around the way that Black women, intellectuals, artists, et cetera, that our work was being sort of, I would say, absorbed as though it were a primary resource without citation, without credit. And so I think this kind of philosophy that Adenike taught us is also critical in terms of making sure that erasure does not happen around the work and ideas of Black people, right? So that is the framing under which we wanted to have this conversation today and also share some of the material in our work. Okay. So we wanted to start with this idea of the philosophy of citational politic, which I just spoke about, and then also talk about the legacy, because over the years that Adenike was at Oberlin, which was 30 years, she started the Dance Diaspora company and also taught many, many different sets of material out of the African diaspora. So Amy, when you were there, there was a large focus on Yanvalu. When I was there, we learned Funga, Lafia. We also learned Batakato. We learned, we went to the Gambia. She took us to the Gambia where we studied with masters from Guinea. So we learned a lot of the dances from Guinea. We also did Manjani. We also learned Samba, the old Samba from Brazil. And then she also took students to Cuba. And that was only in the 4 years that I was a student there. And then I also studied with her jazz improv and blues improv, which for me was really critical and important because my original training in dance was as a tap dancer. And in tap, you learn that the dancer is also an instrument. And with Adenike, I was able to really expand what that idea was, and she really inspired and pushed me to do that. There was actually a performance called Tap Tap Doon Doon, where I danced with Michael Oludare, who plays the talking drum. And one of the main kind of exercises that he gave me with that was, what story are you telling? Because with the talking drum, you're telling stories, right? This is an oral history or a percussive history as well. And within tap dance, I think there is a lot of phrasing that comes out of jazz music that people who will recognize a certain melody, that you're tapping out the melody, and I learned some of those things, but it pushed me to think about what the articulation of the rhythms actually meant and what the kind of historical precedence of that was when the drums were banned, right, in the US context, when the orchestra became the drum set. All of those things were sort of an origin story for tap dance, and so I needed to really understand that, and I started to understand that in Adenike's class. We also did improvisation, which I think, I always talk about learning improvisation through Adenike, but the training for that came from repetition. So for instance, every rehearsal, we would repeat the same order of repertoire. We had our warm-up, which was the same warm-up, a 45-minute full-body warm-up, which I could ask her to also speak about. And we also did these particular 5 dances, so that anytime she took Dance Diaspora on the road, we weren't having to learn new material, and that repetition gave us the language, the vocabulary, and the corporeal intelligence to be able to improvise.
Yes.
So that was really important in terms of our training. And so I wanted to also just pause to ask you, and we can also talk about when we get to Miss Christian, but just this idea of the jazz and blues improv as a form, because that's not really being taught anywhere.
And you always talk about the feeling that you have, the gait that comes when you're doing the jazz dance. There's a certain way that you move the body And you've seen black people do it. I mean, even when we stand in a corner, the juxtaposition of the body, how it hangs. When we did the jazz steps, that same hang was always there. You have to, and the reason why the repetition of the repertoire happens is that you're able to feel the movement and articulate it in your own way, so that you know the steps, but there's a voice that you have. And when you know it, then you can articulate that through the steps that you do. And that's the way I taught jazz dance. Was the body is an instrument. And she always told me that feel that you see, she used to say her husband was a junkie, that feel that you see them when they're standing on the corner. She says, that's all black people. That's black people for thousands of years. Our pain, everything is right there. You can see it when they're standing there. You know how they feel. And when they did the jazz, and when they sing the jazz, and the same is with the blues, it's there. That gate's there, that feels there. And if you start with that each time, and you listen to that music, sooner or later you're going to be able to articulate what it is that the singer, what it is that the drummer, what it is that the musician is saying to you, and you sometimes can articulate it to what it's saying to the audience. Because sometimes, nowadays, we don't feel like that. Sometimes we don't get a chance to just listen to something to the point that I'm crying, because I can feel what that singer is saying to me. And I can also feel it through my body as to what has happened to my family, to me, to my ancestors, what will happen to my children, my grandchildren. That's the translation.
Thank you. So I want to keep moving, but we're going to talk about Catherine Dunham as really a point of origin for the set of teachers that Adenike worked with and that she taught us about. And then I will talk about some of my work with the ring shout, which has always featured Adenike as a master dancer in the center. And then we'll move on to Yanvalu, which was Amy's special request. So again, Catherine Dunham, Sevilla Fort, Margaret Christian, Adenike Sharpley. Anytime you will see my work or read about my work, you will see these names. And when we would work on our shows, Adenike, if you were one of her lead dancers, you would have a senior show. Or even a musician, you would have a senior show. And in that, she really would ask us to think about our personal ancestral legacy, which she said, and also to think about the lineage of the work that we were presenting. So in my work, when I cite, I will say choreography by Rashida Bumbre with choreographic lineage, and then I will say this list of names, and I also include my tap teachers, which was Tony Lambre. And, it's really important because, again, our material doesn't fall out of the sky, right? It's passed on in an intentional way. And to avoid erasure, this is a really important way to move. This is an image from, I'll just say briefly that this is an image that was part of a film that Bradford Young, the cinematographer, directed for Common. And this was shot in Baltimore, which is where I live now, but I didn't live there in 2016. And this was at the crossroads where we believe that Freddie Gray actually was murdered when he was in that van. This was in Freddie Gray's neighborhood. And so we went there to do a ring shout at the site of this. And we met some of his teachers and community while we were doing that. I'll start with Catherine Dunham, and I'm going to ask Adenike to speak, but you all are probably very familiar with Catherine Dunham because she is one of the foremost Black choreographers that brought African, Caribbean, North African, and Indian dance forms onto the concert stage and also into Hollywood. And so there's a lot of documentation of her company doing these dances. And she was from East St. Louis, where she started an incredible school and trained many, many dancers, some of whom are still teaching this material and in their 80s. And then also she spent a lot of time in Haiti herself. And, you know, I've actually been to the land that she owned in Haiti, which is now part of Martissant, if you're familiar with Port-au-Prince. In Martissant, they have a Catherine Dunham herb garden. The post where, you know, there's footage of her dancing around a pole, and it's been reconsecrated many times, that pole where she worked. And they also have a library that is shaped like a hoop skirt for Catherine Dunham. So, you know, her work in Haiti informed, of course, the work that she presented in concerts and also what was learned and this lineage of the Yanvalou. Do you want to say anything else about Ms. Dunham?
In being in the academy, I mean, there's talk that she wasn't all that, or she sensationalized a lot of things. But one of my other teachers used to say, "But you got a chance to see it, and someone may come behind you and straighten all that out, and take it back to where it should be, or the authenticity of it. But if that person hadn't seen it, they may not be able, they may not have even had exposure." We were just so glad, and when I talk about the Yanvalou, I'm not speaking from this is the Yanvalou. No. This I learned in America. This I learned from African American women and Trinidadian women. But I passed it on, what I learned from my teachers, so that it's still there and we're still talking about it. And that hopefully someone will study it and take it back, all the way back in its authenticity. That's what our hope was. We were just so glad because everything was so white, to be able to say, I'm learning parts of the Yanvalou. We were proud that this was from Haiti and that we were in kinship with them to learn. It's not that I know the only steps and I know a lot of them is probably, what do you call it? Hybrid. I'm sure they're hybrid, okay? But when I danced the Yanvalou, if I could feel parts of Haiti, it was wonderful. And I wanted that, because what I felt before was in ballet class, and I had to tuck my behind in, I had to point my toe, I had to turn my legs out. My butt was always too big. My arms were too big. My legs were too big. I went on point. I had to fight like hell because my poor little body had to lift that boo-boo up. In the Yanvalou, that boo-boo was a bar. And when you drop down and turn, I had to drop. It was wonderful, okay? And when I turned them big legs around, I could kick it out. Hey, we had it going on. So all of the things that were negative in the European society were positive when I danced the African dances and the Haitian dances and the dances from the Caribbean. So I was just in awe, definitely in awe. And I had a chance to work with her at Case Western Reserve in Cleveland, and nobody showed up. I had a chance to work with Catherine Dunham, and she showed me the envelope. If she pushed my tail to that floor, I'm telling you, she pushed me down, all the way down. And she kept on, and she would tell me how she saw it look, and how my body need to work, and how I need to get down, and what the form was. And she would constantly work with me on that and say, well, you know, little girl, you getting there, but you don't have it. And it was never at any point that I thought I had something. I was just working at it. And every single teacher would say, you keep working at it, eventually you'll get it. But it was not that I had it. I had to keep working. And that's something else that these ladies all taught me. You have to keep working. You have to work at it. And you keep working your body and keep working your body till you get the form. And that form is low. It's very, very low. Something else that I was going to say, did I lose the chain of thought about the form? And they were not, I was a big dancer. When you move to Africa and the Trinidad and the islands and Haiti, I'm not too big. I'm a big girl and I can dance that. And so my teacher brought me to the front. The skinny girls was in the back because she said, when you hit that stage with all that you have and with your mind being clear, you bring something nobody else. Nobody can even look at anybody else because when you hit that stage, it's different. You're bringing the power, all that power that you have in your legs and in your body. You bring that to the stage. And she liked her front line, Miss Christian's front line was all big girls. One of the girls was 250 pounds. Pure power, pure power. And we used to do a thing where you come down in the blue, you come down the front. And you can imagine 250 pounds moving down the front of your stage. And then drop and do that turn. That's fabulous. That's some fabulous power right there. And those are what these ladies taught me in the dance, that my front line, no skinny girls. I had some little ones, but I had some big ones. And my big ones, I always had one in the center. Because when Miss Christian always said, when you come down that line, I want to see that power moving down the front. I want to see all that. And when you've got them pounds and you drop them feet, it's different. It's very different than when you drop the little toes. When you drop that 250 pounds, 198 pounds, 180 pounds, it hits you very different. And if you're thinking that you're dancing for the Orisha and you're dancing for the Lord and you're dancing for the ancestors, it's different. And that foot hits that floor in a certain way. I also taught them about the articulation of that foot. I was taught that you're dancing as though you are in dirt. Even though you're on a floor, the way the toes work into the floor is extremely important. And that was also in the Afro stance that we did. This all came from that lineage. And then when I went to Cuba, and I saw their dancers for one of the hotels or something, they did a Orisha dance. And the very warm-up that we do is the very warm-up that they did. I was surprised to see it. Sevilla Fort, keeper of the keys.
Sevilla Fort she was trained by Dunham, and a Dunham company member, and also danced with Martha Graham in New York City. And she had a school in New York City where Margaret Christian, Adenike's teacher, trained with her. So I wanted to show her because she was incredibly influential in New York in the dance world, and those dancers went out and continued teaching that material Ms. Dunham's material and the way that Sevilla Fort taught it, which they said she was such a fierce teacher. People were so excited, but they also really wanted to do well when they were in her class. That's what I read and what I've heard. So I don't know if you want to talk more about
She
that.
took care of dancers. In her studio, she fed them. Some of them stayed there. My teacher said that when she would come, she would have a big pot. She'd feed all the dancers. She'd make a stew, and everybody ate. Everybody had a place to stay. And I call her the keeper of the keys. She kept so many dancers. She took care of them. She's the bomb.
And
Margaret?
Margaret Christian, Adenike's teacher, so I'll let you speak about Ms.
Yeah, she's about 120 pounds. She's a sociologist. She had a master's in sociology. She went to Oberlin. She's a historian on Oberlin history. She was just wonderful for me because my size did not matter. She really worked with me because most of the time I'm considered big, okay? And for her, that was no problem. She actually thought that was wonderful. And matter of fact, when we had a performances, a lot of the dancers drank, and Miss Christian would keep me with her so that when we had a performance, she know her center girl was not drunk, was not hungover, and could perform, okay? And then in a lot of those dances, she had a form where you zigzag, or you go back and you come forward. She had a method of, and I used it also, it's like I don't know what you want to say, like you're stepping, you go back, and you come forward with the power. So you take the step, she would do the step, you do the step, you take it back. Then when you come forward, the whole group comes forward with this power. It also gives the audience a certain feel. You can feel what's happening. She used that kind of, I want to say, I can't think, pendulum effect in most of her dances. Even when they were circular or counterclockwise, she always had a point where you went back and you came forward. Okay, and that forward, she always had her big girl in the front, and she'd say, ha! She'd be in the back. She's a little teeny lady. And when it's time for that line to come forward, she'd say, ha! And we'd hit it. And it gave the dance and whatever you were doing a certain power. That pendulum that when it goes back and when it comes forward, each time it hits that audience, comes back, goes forward. And she would also do it to the sides, the four sides. And the Haitians know about that.
And I also want to cite her as also the jazz improvisation, right? Which we spoke about. But I think that also, that particular training, which in Adenike's class for both jazz and blues improvisation, we had live musicians. So, of course, we were lucky enough to have a conservatory at Oberlin. So we work with the live musicians. But I think that was also such a great education for those musicians as well, because I think as a musician, when you're playing with dancers, you have to play differently. You know, you have to also pay attention, and there's a, you know, depending on who's sort of conducting or leading at that moment. So I learned so much from that, and I was able to go to the jam sessions when I got to New York, you know, to tap dance with the bands, and I would know how to, like, call the song. I knew all the jazz standards. I learned all of these things studying with Adenike for jazz and blues improv.
And Ms. Christian coined the term Black expressionism. And she said in the jazz, what African Americans bring to that improvisation and that movement, and that she always talked about the gait, and your foot movements were very similar to those in tap, on the ball, chain, all of those steps. She brought those or included those in that Black expressionism. And she says, when you do improvisation, when you do improvisation, you have to, I don't lost my train of thought. When you do the improvisation, you have to have that feeling. You bring that feeling with you. Okay, you said we got 5 minutes. Okay.
So I wanted to, oh, this is the wrong, okay.
Well, we could just go here.
All right, so I just wanted to note Adenike students, which, you know, there are many more beyond what's here, but I'll just name them quickly. You see myself in the corner there with those shakers on, and there's Kentera Souffrant, who is a director at the Minneapolis Museum of Art.
She's not the director, but she's...
Director of Education.
Okay.
And then we have Nina Spenceley, who's a film producer. We have Matthew Hill, who is a drummer, who studied here in Miami. We have Amy Rose Marr, who you all would know. Johanna Almiron, who is a cultural critic and Basquiat scholar. I know there's a Basquiat show happening here right now. Kevin Lewis, who is a jazz trumpeter and band leader in New Orleans and plays traditional New Orleans music. Zoe Lukov, who actually I think was an intern here at one point, but she's a curator and has done many shows in Miami and worked with me as a fellow at the Kitchen. Haiti Souffrant, who is a poet and also works on documentary films. Phoenix Singleton, who is a lighting designer and stage manager. Danae Edmonds, who is a dancer, choreographer, Black farming advocate. Rachel Shafran, who is an artist, arts educator, community arts person. Francisca Kika Chaidez Gutierrez, who joined the Ancestors 2 years ago and was an incredible dancer, and she was in all of my work, and also a singer.
And that front line, there it is.
Ashe. And then Z. Lee Brown, who is a visual artist and cellist as well.
We have next, we have...
This is Miss Dunham's
Shango.
Shango. So we're gonna press play.
Is it?
Thank you. This is a short clip, there's no sound, but so you can see how she put this kind of dance onto the concert stage. And you see someone who is mounted by the loa, or the performance of that.
Yes. Okay, hit the next, we only have 5 minutes.
Okay. This is, yes. And then just so you can see what the Yambaloo looks like. And then this is a ring shout. So I wanted to talk about, okay. This was at Weeksville Heritage Center in Brooklyn, which is the site of an intentional free Black community started in 1837. And this is 2012.
And the ring shout was used as a way of African Americans in the South mounting their spirits and ancestors and honoring Mr. Jesus. Yes.
Yes. So in the ring shout, you'll see the kind of merging of all of the spiritual traditions of Black people who were enslaved in the South, right? And so obviously there's the Christian call and response songs. There is the moving counterclockwise,
And
which
their feet.
and their feet. And so even people who practice Islam and knew they would never be able to make their pilgrimage, you would walk around the Kaaba counterclockwise. And with the McIntosh County Shouters are the family who has kept this tradition alive in McIntosh County, Georgia. And they when you see them perform, you would never see them go into the center and catch the spirit because that is a more private version of what's happened. And then so in our ring shout, which this is called Run Mary Run, we allow each dancer to have that moment of improvisation and that moment of possession.
And they were dedicated, all of these were dedicated to either someone who had passed or been shot, or dedicated to the community that is working to keep our traditions alive. They would invite us and we would do a ring shout for that community.
Yeah, so it's a site-specific work that is ongoing, and most of the people in this group, which we call Dance Diaspora Collective, are students of Adenike or friends of students of Adenike, or are from the Gullah Geechee lineage themselves.
What do you have left? Is that it? Okay, we're gonna just do a little shoulder movements here. You can place a little.
Thank you. You can stop the video. Thank you.
Something. Just yeah. Let's stretch you out with this. Okay, I'm asking you to put your hands on your knees. I just want you to circle your shoulders. We're going to go to your right. We're going to go to your left. We're going to go to the front. We're going to go to the back. Okay, we're going to roll the head around. And reverse. Okay, we're going to move the fingers. And then the other side. Okay, now the young little step that I know is an overstep. You stand up and just, you have to watch because some of you are going to actually step off the. Okay. And it's an overstep. And then you're going to contract. So let's step over and 1. Let's do 4. 2, 3, 4. Then other side. 1, 2. Now you're going to take all of this with you that we work with. So when you overstep, you're going to take your neck and you're going to bring it back each time. Step 1. Step over. 2. Step over. 3. Step over. 4. And the other way. The left side. 1, 2, 3, 4. I doubt if I can do it. I doubt
Thank you so much. Thank you. I want to just say salute Modupwe to Adenike. Thank you. And salute Modupe Amy, Kabisile, Matthew, no, Miguel. Thank you, everyone. Thank you to the museum as well.
You want to do something for the drummer? Drummers don't make a lot of money. So, in African tradition, that money,
Oh, yeah. Jay.
Did you want to tell people what our approach is to interaction or questions today?
you go somewhere, right?
We were saying, I believe, Marie, right, that we encourage you to speak with all the speakers in the after the program. Yeah, no problem at all. Not a formal
For our
Q&A.
folks on YouTube. Yeah, so we're not doing a Q&A throughout the program today, but what we are encouraging is for folks to just connect in between talks after the program. So in case you were wondering, if you have some burning questions, find your people, ask them a question.
Yeah. And also, I think that there's some music that we're going to have pretty soon coming up. But also, I just forgot to say something about Baba Miguelo here. Who, the reason why he is here specifically is a very meaningful person in this room, is that he was Dr. Yesenia Cellier's percussionist, and they always worked together as long as I knew her. And he's the godfather of one of her triplets. So thank you. He represents her here also. Gracias. Okay. Is it time for our last panel? That went by fast for me.
but recently I had a chat with my father, and it basically came up during the conversation how he met my mother. And I found that story so interesting that I wanted to share with you guys here. So my father was born in the US, but he was doing some graduate work in Cuba. And as part of the program, he attended a seminar in Afro-Cuban history in the Biblioteca Nacional José Martí in Cuba. That year, in addition to American college students attending, there were Cuban nationals attending as well, and my mother was one of them. As he and the other students listened to the speaker, my father recalls suddenly seeing her, and this short yet defiant woman fearlessly stomping into the library with one question in her lips. ¿Qué tú sabes de la guerra del 1912? The speaker, Tomás Fernández Robiana, an important Afro-Cuban historian, was left stunned alongside everyone around her. But she just repeated the same question with the same stern expression. Dígame qué tú sabes de la guerra del 1912. Tell me what you know about the War of 1912. Most students did not know of the event, and the ones that did remained silent regardless. The speaker, perhaps confused, perhaps too stunned to speak, but most likely avoiding trouble, stammered incoherently. If you don't know, la guerrita del 1912, or the Little War of 1912, was a shrouded event in Cuban history where 3,000 to 6,000 Afro-Cuban rebels, including the leaders Evaristo Estenos and Pedro Ivonet, were massacred by, at the time, U.S. allied Cuban military forces. Yesenia, my mother, was not scared away by the hush-hush attitude that Cuban academia, including the, at the time, Afro-Cuban academia, had towards the event. She fearlessly demanded answers while others sat in silence. She understood that to tell a history as complex and as rich as Afro-Cuban history, no stones could be left unturned. This is how my father first met my mother, self-admittedly charmed by her clarity and forthrightness. My brothers and I called her the Mother of Dragons. Imagine that, a mother of triplets all born in the year of the dragon. But again, that's not really the point of the nickname. The point is that she was fierce, fiery, and the three of us knew that more than anyone. It wasn't just her academic studies, her dance, or her art projects, but in how she taught us, expected of us, and fought for us, and how she studied harder than anyone else in her college psychology program to be given the opportunity to come to the US, to bring her family here, and to continue studying, teaching, and dancing as a sole mother of three, fueled by a passion so intense it sometimes threatened to burn the ground she stood. But the allegory always seemed to find new meaning. I believe my mother's draconic fire also sought to cast light, to illuminate, to fill holes in our understanding, to complete untold stories. That is why she could never fully leave Cuba and Afro-Cuba behind. There are too many questions unanswered, too many traditions misunderstood, too much history untold. Wherever there are gaps in knowledge, gaps in understanding, she always sought to cast not just the light, but her own light. A brilliant, dancing, burning light. A light that continues to teach us and to guide us today. In honor of my mother, Dr. Yesenia Fernandez, 30-plus years of dedication to Afro-Cuban and Afro-diasporic history, representation, and tradition, I hope to honor this project, flip it and reverse it, as in part a cumulative realization of her work, her ideas, and her vision. Not to discredit the countless artists, leaders, poets, organizers who've put so much effort into bringing this project together. Amy Rosenblum is an amazing curator and director. She was one of my mom's closest friends, and it's at the time, I would say her closest friend at the time of her death. They both weaved the framework that eventually led up to this project. And I will now like to welcome to the stage the Queen Mother, who my mother specifically called for and requested for this project and always hoped to meet. And Kanasile Mongawa, who graciously has taken the mantle as co-director in my mother's place. I'm so proud to be here and see all this hard work and dedication finally come together. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
You know, there's something missing. We were supposed to have some altar type things. It's fine. It's fine. Well, let me do something first. Did you put that slide? What do you need? I couldn't see it. Okay, hold on. Here today that needed to be acknowledged since this morning. So that's why we were greeting this energy today. All right. So what kind of, I'll do a little ad-libbing in some ways. Sister and I have, what little I've been observing, different approaches to doing things. So, you know, we're going to take turns talking about the revelations that came to pass. So yesterday we held a ceremony that was African-centered. It was what we call in Vodou a Minokan ceremony. It was interfaith, intra-faith, if you will. It was a Pan-African one, as elements of Candomblé, as elements of Christianity, of Isheshe, of Lukumi, Voodoo of the Sangoma traditions were present. And these ethereal practices, they're eco-theologies, right? And eco-theologies of liberation. The same constructs of space, memory, place, liberation, and movements of sacred spirit, and the necessity of reestablishing divine order and peace as we understand it in Vodou. The meaning of Vodou in Fangbe is to search fervently for peace. And peace in this case means balance, it means justice, it means security, it means good relations in the world around us. And that was something manifest in the ceremony in Congrès of Bois Caïma. Vodou played a vital role and intrinsic to the Haitian Revolution. And within this creative endeavor, flip it and reverse it, we are one with all there is. We as curators we are charged with taking care of nature, the nature of the spirit of objects, shaped or informed by the life forces of other beings and entities. We're honoring and respecting these principles. So our role isn't just about curating objects or an exhibition or public programs, but actually curating the spirit of its conceptualizer, the late Dr. Yawo, priestess of Oya, Isinya Selir. And so it was such a pleasure to finally meet a piece of her, right? And Makosa Kanilise and I, the two of us from two different traditions, have played a role in this process. And we're going to take turns describing our processes and what was revealed, of course, and we're going to have our witnesses and other consecrated heads join us. In my case, after mediating for weeks on this matter, I asked 3 initial questions, and I pulled 3 cards and asked another 3 set of questions that required a yes or no response. And through the OB are cowrie shells, 4 of them that are used to obtain a response. And my questions were directed first, the first one to the Fa, which is a larger question directed to the Godhead, the second one to the Voodoo, Lwa, or the Orisha, sacred forces and divine pathways to the divine, and the third to Ejo or Alo, which is directed towards hardship, and what we in the Haitian community might refer to as traka, right? So the first question, what themes, issues, or directives should the curatorial team and artists of the exhibition, flip it and reverse it, be focused on for the liberation, salvation, and unification of our global Black and Brown communities for the next incarnation of this creative project? I kind of narrowed things down a little bit. So, Fa, and I used cards, the card that came up was that of Marie Lavo, who was a voodoo priestess, an activist, and a social curator. She was born at the end of the Haitian Revolution and through its life between 1801 and 1881. She was born a free woman, a woman of color, of mixed race, Creole heritage in Louisiana. And because of that, she had access to spaces that most people didn't. She was a hairdresser, and so a lot of the elite were coming to her for their coiffure, right? But she was a spiritual authority, and she used that spiritual authority to shield vulnerable people within the legal systems that was designed to destroy them. She moved from courtrooms to jails throughout Catholic institutions. She was a recognized authority, Lavo was. A Black woman commanding institutional space at a time that space was legally and violently denied to Black people. And from the perspective of the arts and humanities, as contemporary practitioners, scholars, artists, we return to Lavo as proof that African spiritual traditions carry the same sophisticated liberation frameworks centuries before that language was formalized in theology. Her work has inspired not only the abolitionist movement in spiritual communities, but also sound, oh, back, okay. She's demonstrated that Black women operating in African and with African spiritual authority built one of the most sophisticated solidarity networks in American history inside the most brutal racial regime on the continent. And we once again, unfortunately, find ourselves being cannibalized by political forces that impact funding, public policy, education, and creative growth, especially of women and people of color. So the point is, we have come together, and what Spirit wants us to do is to take the authority that we have as women, and particularly women of color and Black women, to make use of the power, the moral and spiritual authority that we have, to influence people, to liberate people. We have privilege. Some of us may not have started out that ways in our lives, but we have acquired a certain amount of privilege, and our task is to exploit that fully. And to use it strategically, because in so doing, the knowledges that we have procured as spiritual leaders, healers, grant writers, critical thinkers, psychotherapists, and others have to be directed towards those things that have been assaulting our senses, our narratives, our memories, our futures, and we have to make that knowledge accessible. In terms of what the Vodou and the Loa and the Orisha say, the card of Simbi La Flambeau came up, which is a Petro Loa. The Petro is the energy of fire. It is the fire that informed the ceremony Wakaima. It is found uniquely in Haiti. You don't even find it in Jeje or Umbanda in Brazil. You don't find it in Dahomey. And it is an image of a woman riding a serpent. So again, female energy and the power of our energies is there. You know, Foucault talked about the archaeology of knowledge. He introduced an archaeological methodology to examine the hidden rules, structures, and unspoken limits, the discursive formations that shape what we know, say, and think in any given era. And Fanon spoke pointedly to the zone of occult instability where the people dwell, the places of tension that ebb and flow as a seething pot of cultural, psychological, and social transformation. From a curatorial perspective, as visual, and social, and spiritual curators, because remember, throughout this process, spirit is with us, that we have a lot of digging to do, and we've got to look deeply into space, stirring those pots to bring those disparate but related knowledges together in order to bring about that radical change, because Petro change is about radical transformation, right? Lavaux was more sweet waters and, you know, kind of masking, but Petro is in your face energy, in your face, right? And we have to use these knowledges not only in the curatorial process, right, to bring about change, but when we think about critical theory, when we think about the references, points of knowledge, the things that are not taught in art history classes, in curatorial museum studies programs and the like, we have to take our Petro energy and meet these canon head on, head to head, toe to toe, point to point. That's how we have to move. The last card, Olo, speaks about hardship. Ochosi is what came up. Ochosi is a warrior. Ochosi is a hunter, but the hunter that shows up in places no human has before. And the advantage to that is those creatures, they don't know what's coming, right? It's just something unfamiliar in the air, but they don't know what's coming. And that gives strategic advantage. So there's an urgency to take advantage of that space, right? This card of Ochosi speaks to institutional and financial issues, because the reality of the conflict that Ochosi also represents, there's that tension between the hunter and what is being hunted, right? Calls into question the issue of resources. Where's the money going to come from to do this, right? Where's the money that's going to come to do this? We have to hunt for it, but we have to work for it, and we're going to have to work hard. Mm-hmm. And our sister's going to speak a little bit more about that. But most importantly, discipline. Discipline. Discipline is required. There is a discipline, there is a science to the tracking, to the monitoring, to the patience, which is an issue that came up yesterday as part of the ceremony. Discipline of being still and allowing intuition, somebody mentioned that word earlier. Intuition is a part of the information and educational and sort of our cognitive development and critical thinking processes. As much as anything else, there's a science to capturing and seizing the moment, opportunities, ideas, money. But the hunter also does the dirty work, the dirty work of deep cleaning, of ridding, of excavating guts, blood, bone, sinew. And lastly, the hunter disposes with dignity. Right. At the end, we are going to manipulate and transform social space because we are seeking social justice for all of our people. I rest. Ayibobo. I'll stay with you. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Ayo. Ayivumile nhloko ngilale, ayivumile nhloko ngilale ngayo, ayivumile nhloko ngilale, ayivumile nhloko ngilale ngayo, ayivumile nhloko. Oh, ngilale, ayivumile nhloko. Oh, ngilale ngayo, ayivumile nhloko. Oh, ngilale, ayivumile nhloko. Oh, ngilale ngayo, ayivumile nhloko. Oh, ngilale. The chant that has been in our spirit since we were tasked with Queen Mother to divine, divination is not new. We are just inviting divination into the curatorial practice, into the curatorial space. We've been divining to make sense of our lives for a long time. Actually, diviners are the first psychologists, therapists, in African tradition. We are the first doctors. The medicine that is in pharmaceuticals begins with the ancient medicine in the land. We know it. We embody it. And so this chant, eti ayivumile nhloko ngilale, ayivumile nhloko ngilale ngayo, ayivumile nhloko ngilale, ayivumile hoy hoy ngilale ngayo, says this headache won't allow me to sleep. The direct, English fails. George is a failing language. So it's very limiting. But what it says is that, this headache won't allow me to sleep. It's a metaphor to say, even when I try to put my head down, I'm being called. I'm being called to this work, this moment. So this song, this chant, it's lungu, Georgie.
You're giving her a hard time.
This chant has been following us since we accepted to do this work. And it is in a way saying that now that you have accepted the call, you will not sleep until you do the work. Queen Mother has held all the stuff in the things we discussed and was shown to us. So we come from the Sangoma divination, Bangoma Tangoma, which Sangoma or Ngoma refers to song. So anything, and I come from a family, a lineage of people who sing. You cannot speak until you sing. You cannot say anything. You can't even introduce yourself and say who you are until uhlabele ngoma. So that what is above comes down, what is below comes up and meets at the center. So we used bone divination. Now, we call them ditaula, which is bones in Sesotho or Tswana language. And the bones are made of cowrie shells, stones, gems, gemstones, and then animal bones like lion bones, goat bones, you know, we call it iskwama, in the container, the sack that is given to you as the one who has accepted the calling or the gift. In your, Georgie, graduation, yeah. In the graduation, you know, there's a goat, and you have to dream this goat, and you have to go find the goat, and the goat has to speak to you. And then the goat, you have to ask permission to the goat to give of itself so that you can live and be reborn. And the bone of that goat, can't tell you which bone, the bone of that goat becomes part of the bones in which you used to divine. The cosmology of rematriation. Now, one of the crucial things that was said in the divination is the money, shelete, geld, jupan, money. Where is the money gonna come from to do the work that we need to do? Then it was complicated that the money is there, but the money is unclean. The money is there, the money is unclean, which then, as obviously as a reluctant scholar, a reluctant academic, turns me to Joseph Boyce, who speaks about using the unclean tool to do the work. And then takes me to ngubani lo mama oyipoet, Nkosi yami, Jesu, Modimo. How, and I can see the poem who talks about the master's tools in them. You can't dismiss it. Yeah, me odrilode. You know, so these two quotes for me are important because they both speak about the tools. And the one is saying we can't use the master's tools to dismantle the master's house, and the other one is saying there is no unclean tool. All the tools are dirty and full of blood. So what do? We are charged with the same thing. That the money is there smiling, looking at us, but it is unclean money. And then we are called into a space of cleansing. That whatever we do, cleansing has to be like the everyday thing you do. You wake up, you brush your teeth, you wash your face, you wash your body, you cleanse every day. It must be the deepest form of everyday practice to cleanse. Because the money is there, the money is unclean. We, not as Gogo Matongo, as Kanyisile always say, black people, brown people. When we call indigenous, we mean black people. Black people are indigenous everywhere in the world. But that's a story for another day. Yep. It's scientifically proven for those who like science. We are owed by the world for the labor that is unpaid. The labor of our ancestors that has built the world that people get to enjoy today. From medicine to technology, the mines in West Africa build the cell phones you hold today, the iPad, the iPhone today. There is a debt the world owes the bodies that have been labeled black. And so, when in the past I've taken jobs that I knew were nyuru and like unclean, the conversation would be, this is what is owed for the blood that has been shed by my people, and no one has answered. If there is intergenerational trauma, who traumatized us? If we can name the trauma, why are we not able to name the one who traumatized? And so, this unclean money is embellished with the sins of those who've colonized, enslaved, violated, subjugated. So how do you hold money that you know your ancestors have bled? So this is the nexus of the reading was that, because flip it and reverse it. Right? Like, we have put to the world, we want to flip it and reverse it, and the universe is saying, all right, then flip this and reverse it. And then the second thing, which is important, which Queen Mother has touched on, is the discipline. this project cannot move without constant and insistent practice of spiritual intervention. It cannot. In order for the work to continue to do what it needs to do, not what we want it to do, what it needs to do, spiritual practice is at its core. When we lose that thread, we lose what we are supposed to do here. Thokozani. Can
Here? Okay.
Can the witnesses
Yes.
please join us? We have been witnessed.
If at some point you see me take Canisile's sunglasses, you know why. The bright lights.
So, when we started talking about umsebenzi, the ceremony, Queen Mother and ourselves and myself found it very important that because we are not living in this place that is called Miami, that it was very important to have people who inhabit the space in the everyday life, who are also spiritual practitioners, to come and witness, but also not only witness, to hold the container of what it is we're doing here. So the people you are seeing, or the persons actually, yabo isilungu, George, when I'm translating from my head, the persons that you are seeing joining us here are persons that accepted our ask. When we asked for permission to do the ceremony, they said yes. When we asked, where do we do the ceremony, where can we go, they said, we will find the place together in ritual. When we said, would you be witnesses to the thing that we are here to do, they said, yes, we will witness. We will come in our fullness. So, Thokozani. Thokozani.
Honneur.
Respect.
Thank you. Well, we have spoken our piece, but we would like to hear from whoever wishes to share what your thoughts were, what your reflections were. Some of you were direct witnesses to the reading that Kanisile did, for instance. You heard what my remarks are. So we'd like to hear any insights that you have, because I know at least with Yanifa Ruth, there were some very direct interventions that were made while you did your reading. So if you don't mind starting.
Alafi everyone. My name is Ruth Ifakemi Efumbemi G. Noel. I am a mother, I'm an organizer, and a spiritual being walking this earth and trying my best to be present in this moment. So first and foremost, in my tradition, in the Isheshe tradition, today is Ogun Day. So we honor Ogun and we say, Ogun ye moye.
Ogun ye moye.
Ogun lakayo.
Ogun lakayo.
Ogun is our fierce warrior. And Ogun is a warrior, but he's also very strategic. Most Ogun, Omo Ogun, are very calm, actually, until it's time to show up. And so I greet you all in the name of Ogun. Yesterday's ceremony was very necessary and clear and directive, and Spirit was just moving. Spirit feels like it's still moving, because once you enter ceremony, we don't really leave until they say, okay, we're complete. That's what you were saying. Yes, it's like about the project, but it's also about like the ceremony itself. So this is like a continuation of it. So to share some of the feedback was also the relationship with our mothers, that we all here who are part of the project have to be in good relationship with our mothers. Yesenia's spirit was speaking very much. I just learned about Yesenia. In fact, this was the first time that I was in ceremony with everybody here, which is actually a very vulnerable space to be in, but we have to be obedient. And when the shells and the bones were thrown, Yesenia's, her spirit, what was up was there was a male lineage. There was a male speaking very strongly from that particular lineage, and that Yesenia spirit was on her side. And the messages that were coming very strongly was that there's a lot of work, there's a lot of spiritual cleansing, and there is some unfinished business that the lineage of Yesenia has to continue. Through this project, right, and through many things, right, and that the lineage has work to do with the cleansing of herbs, right, for the lineage, but also for the people who are doing this particular project. And I guess over here too can speak on this too, because there was a lot of messages around all of us actually, no matter what our relationship is with our mother, that we have to take care of our mothers. So for me, that particular message started before, because I'm in the Isheshe Yoruba tradition, and Kanyisola, as we're planning this, was like, we need a Bible. We need a Bible. So I'm looking around, and then I go to my shrine where I keep my mom's items. My mom made her transition 2 years ago, and I found her Bible. And I brought it to the ceremony. And so it almost felt like, it feels like, and it is, that again, when you're tasked with something spiritual, you're tasked to do ceremony, you're tasked to do divination, it'll be important for us to be paying attention and also tendering to the relationships and with each other, okay? But the cleansing, that male energy was coming very strongly, and that energy also of taking care of our mothers is very strong. And the cleanse and the work and the task, actually, Salvador, is your task to keep, right? And that there were, even in the seeing of it, that there are some people around you that don't believe, that they're resistant, but that you are not resistant. I haven't even met you yet. I didn't even know you yet. Maybe some of you all have met. No. But that your energy was already speaking. So thank you for being here. Thank you for continuing the work. And I know that there's going to be a lot more work to come. But my God, she's with you, and so strongly. So thank you.
Thank you. Before we continue, if I may ask Ia, Chris, and Mumbo, Wislen, if we could make just a little curve. I like the semicircle, so we can see each other's faces and radiate them. Pick up the energies. Thank you. Yeah, Chris, would you like to piggyback on to what Yanifa Ruth said, since you were part of the witnessing process?
Yes, feel like everything has been communicated, that what came out, but I think the part that struck to me was the integrity of the spiritual cleansing that needs to happen. And just thinking about the card that was picked earlier, which was betrayal, which can immediately feel like, oh, betrayal. But I think the main betrayal is, or the final word was to no longer betray yourself. Because really, if we are all to maintain ourselves, we'll kind of all be in a better place if we just take care of self first. So that was the part that I know was hit home the strongest, was in order for the work to continue, to keep the integrity of the spiritual connection, and so that we will not betray ourselves or be, as a people, be betrayed anymore. To stand in this firm, really what I felt personally, even being part of, was the divine feminine connection that is called to lead this, and working in balance as well with the divine feminine, because that was very clear in the reading as well. But just I know you mentioned many times in looking at everything that the connection of the spirit, keeping that integrity of the spiritual container clean.
If I may, I talked about Ochosi, betrayal was brought up. One of the important stories about Ochosi is at one point, people who he'd taken care of decided, pas besoin, we don't need you, we don't acknowledge you. Ochosi took his 3 sons, and the others who were not here, took his 3 sons, took their arrows, and they looked at the 4 corners of the earth, pulled on the string, and Ochosi said, wherever that arrow falls, may everything you have perish. For every act of betrayal, there will be punishment, and it will be severe. So there is, again, an urgency and a hard-handedness to this process that we have to honor and respect, be aware of. And that sort of reiterates the energy about the patriarchy, the patriarchal figure that surfaced in the reading.
And then one thing I'm remembering too, like a visual, was that there was numbers there too.
Yes.
And the 4,
Number
it was
4.
like a dice of 4, and that the message from there was that it's very foundational. Like that 4 is like something that's very foundational, right? And that the 4 pillars need to do the herbal cleansing, and that their relationships have to be tended to. Even when we pulled from the Ori deck, it was the patience card, right? And that a baby, like considering that this project is a baby, right? And that you then say, okay, babies are like, okay, they're in the womb is dark, and that you're being taken care of. So no matter what hardship, no matter what challenges, no matter what, keep taking care of that baby, because the nourishment is gonna fruit a baby. Like, you're gonna birth something powerful, beautiful, right? But the tenderness and relationship and caring and the nurturing of that is still grounded in spiritual work. But that was one of the things I remember with the 4.
And I remember that there are 3 sons, but one was being called to more do the work, that the other 2 sons were not as active or even in belief, but one was charged with carrying out the work who does believe.
One,
Yes,
thank you for being here. You know, we underestimate the power of spirit. There's not 1, 2, there's thousands that stand with us. We walk on the back of our ancestors. I want to recognize the day today is the anniversary of Bwakaimo. And we have to think about the magnitude of this. You know, this was a fighting that happened for 12 years, not 12 days. It wasn't a voodoo ceremony. It was a collection of energies and ancestors and children and elders that came together and was of one mind. So one of the things that I felt, when I was called, let's come and do this, no hesitation. Who takes the call? When they don't want to, they're tired, but they know it's not about them. It's about the interpersonal love and the communal love that comes out with a love for self. So we are in a time space where love is under attack. The Ezilis, the Dontors, the Oshuns. So when the very essence of what created you and gave you a sense of mind, then we have a serious problem. Because we had no control over our bodies for generations. What we call Haitians, we come from different clans in Africa. And we were the first to come 100 years before North America, 100 years before South America. And we had to understand what it meant and still have our sovereignty of mind. And Vodou is a theoretical, spiritual, psychological framework of resistance. The Pan-African traditions reminds us that we are divinity because we come through divinity and divinity surrounds us. So we are forgetting who we are, but we come here to remember ourselves. So I had this opportunity, very humble, but very grand, as you can see. But by the way, I'm Mumble Dr. Charlene Desir. I'm a research professor.
I don't know if we're related or not, but I claim her. We probably are.
I think so. So, my work is around, healing intergenerational trauma. And being called gave me a permission to heal more. Go to spaces where you can heal a little bit more. Because no one of us can claim that I got it, because we still here. So when you are asked to go to a space where you can heal a little bit more, it's your ancestor reminding you of the consciousness of love and community. I recently coined the term diasporic grief. What do we do with intergenerational trauma that shows up in deep sadness that we cannot explain, and it shows up in our body, in our minds, our lack of understanding how to love the one that you love the most? This is unconscionable. So, I want to remind us that the opportunity to be in community with self, with someone else, in community is an act of resistance. We must show up in as much love and care as we can. And as I look at Amy, the organizers, where's Marie, to invite us, to love us so much that said to come with these sisters and sit with them. Let us come together and understand what we don't understand so that we can understand. So I will stop there, but I do work with young people. I want them to understand their consciousness. I'm a research professor. I come from a lineage of healers, and I'm here to help heal our mind so we can get back to spirit. And I had another opportunity with these amazing divine women, and I am grateful. Merci.
Abura Bue Bushishe, I am Michelle Edwina Grant Murray, the daughter of Lena Mae Henry Grant Mellerson. And I live here in Miami, Florida, and I want to say thank you to everyone. I'm so honored and humbled to be in your presence. You have no idea. Because I know that even to be invited to sit, to witness, is divine intervention, for one. And when the call comes, you better answer. I've been thinking about this for a couple of weeks. One of my company members is up there, and we were talking about this the other night in rehearsal, and the call has come, and I must answer. So I'm very thankful. Thank you for all. I've met new people, reconnected with old people. It's so nice to be in ceremony with everyone. It was a very intense ceremony, I must say. Of course, the Miami heat is real. Let me say that. The Miami heat is real, and when OT and rum is involved, it's even realer. When you touching the earth with your bare feet, it's solid, and the water is flowing, it's solid. And Miami means big water, which means big money. I wondered if the part about the money was going to come through and how it was going to come through today. I've lived in Miami for a very long time, since 1978. I know I look young, but I'm old. I'm mature, I'm seasoned, I'm experienced. And I'm experienced in Miami's art community as well. And my heart is pounding because I know that source of money. And there's a lot that has happened and a lot that has been revealed in the past 12 months, almost to the day, about the money. So we have work to do. And for those that are called, and we have a responsibility as a witness, we have a responsibility. Once you know something and you witness it, you have an obligation to it. So we are here, we, all that comes before, after, inside, and above and below, north, south, east, and west. For the known and the unknown, I say thank you and I honor it. I'm grateful. And we are here to support you and to do the work.
Orne, I am by birth named Waisland Cesar Yanui Abiona was given to me over 20 months ago by Yoruba priestess. I am the youngest child, but the eldest in many other ways that has been given the task to carry a family lineage of healing using dreams, water, and herbs. I'm an educator, I'm a mother, a sister, a spiritual human being, doing my best to make the best of this physical experience. So when I come back, I remember more and the work gets a little easier collectively. By way of Benin, Dahomey, 52%. I was born in Port-au-Prince. My maternal side, Leogan, my paternal side, Leogan, but somehow my grandmother connect the two, having been born in Leogan. And my mother's side is from Jacmel, which that is my next journey, and keeping it short and keeping it authentic and keeping it real. I am learning to go back into my space where silence is golden. Growing up in New York, petite, immigrant with an accent in almost all Jewish Italian schools, I knew the power of being silent. Not because I was shy, I didn't know who I was, but I understood then when you sit back and observe, you learn a lot, and when you have to speak, you can speak more on things maybe perhaps other people have not seen. Apart from my mambo, beautiful Dr. Desir, and of course, Michelle Grant Murray, and somehow it's four, let me tell you something about, and I just observed this now, where there is nothing, there is no such thing, I don't believe it, as coincidence. And this work, we shouldn't be afraid of it because this work has been done for us. All we need to do is be obedient and step in and trust the process and know we are being carried by the ancestors collectively, and we are not alone. So when I left early because I needed to. Because talking about money, because you know certain things here, just dancing doesn't pay the bills up in here in these states. So I had to go to work. But it's not by coincidence that Mambo Desir chose the blue ribbon. And of course, because it was Thursday, Boakaima but Thursday, we're speaking about love, the motherly love. But with Ezili Freda, we know it's a little bit conditioned.
Yeah, we done tour.
She did the Dontor,
She did the Frida.
and I did the Frida.
We did it together.
Now, here's what's happening right now that I just observed sitting here. I'm like, look, we are not alone. Today is a big. You in the middle wearing white. She happened to be innocent. We didn't coordinate this. This is not a choreography.
Spiritual choreography.
Today is Friday. Cousin Zaka Mede, the one who does work, and he does work through the woods, agriculture, making sure that things we need are provided. It's green. Center Earth. And we're back here with the blues and the mother. And we're talking about the feminine energy, the one that gives life. And here's the thing I'm also learning. We also need to give respect where respect is due, especially now that I'm also been doing some research of Buddhism and Voodooism. It only came up because somehow it just revealed itself to me. After 8-week course of mindfulness meditation, I did a poem, and I was like, wow, okay, how did that happen? There's no gender. And if we acknowledge that and give respect to when the energy, when the luas, the deities are being manifested, don't expect Ogun to be a female, and vice versa. It can come however it wills. C'est grand moun yo e, the elders, they know best. They will manifest themselves as they should, as they will. This is why, if I said the babies, the cycle, the Boakaima happens, it needed the birth happening at the moment the birth was taking place. Someone was dying. Yeah, maybe a cry was happening, but we had the moment of joys. But this is what happens when everything is in sync. The synchronism of everything happens. You do your healing, I do my healing, and Lord knows, since the pandemic, speaking about money, we've seen it, crypto, we know that's where the money's at. Post-pandemic, educational system, I'm still employed, so I'm not gonna say much on it, but we understand the whole talk about money. But here's what I'm gonna say, we are not lacking. We are not lacking. Yeah, we'll take the money because we earned it. By right, we work for it. Our energy, our blood, the triangular passageway. You know, our people was being torn over in the oceans, being received by Metagwe because the cargoes were more important than the brown bodies and black bodies. We understand that. But we also know we're not lacking. Where we don't have the money, we have each other. And it's been like that. You don't have the corn, I can go to you, I'm gonna get the corn. I'm gonna give you molasses, I'm gonna give you sugar, and vice versa. If we go back to the space collectively, we are wealthy, and we can do the work. We can do the work within the self, because we have water, the womb, and that was the other thing. When we were there, and also what I'm learning in my lineage, my mom is passing that on. My mom is 87, by the way. I couldn't touch the Bible. In the group, when I heard the Bible, I tried. Can't touch that Bible since earthquake. She was in Haiti during the earthquake. Couldn't sleep, couldn't eat, but somehow I knew mom was okay. Find the Bible in the home, hold it for her until she actually came back. Give her the Bible, no one can touch the Bible since, but there's a reason for it because I know that Bible is gonna come back to me with a lot of things in there, folded pages, pictures, notes, whatnot. But in my lineage, we do that through songs. We do clear, vivid dreams are very important. I'm learning how to decipher, analyze in the dreams, and also to learn when the dreams are a distraction. Not every dream is vividly coming as a clairvoyant, as a message. Some dreams are there to actually distract and make you deterred. You need to have discernment. And they don't come abroad. It's soft. It's supposed to be something that sits like second nature, almost like a memory. So that's all I'm going to say. And it comes to songs. So this is where I'm learning. I'm going to pass it on. And I am so just sitting here, just getting this call and getting the email and getting the call from Miami Vehicles, I'm like, yes, I'm in this. I know I'm in this. This has been happening. I'm ready for it. I'm not quite 100% ready because by flesh and bone, I'm scared, but I'm learning to be obedient and just step into this responsibility.
Merci. Hi, Bobo. Hi, Bobo. My sister over here just noted something. How many of us are there? 7. A very powerful number. Yeah, 7 of us are present. There's a few things that were said about silence being golden, but silence has also been savage. And the 7 of us, including Madame Amy Rosenblum and our sister Q, who's not here, we're breaking that silence. We've been breaking that silence. At the ceremony, and I knew this was going to happen. I knew it was going to happen before I got here because my Ason said, guess what? We're going to break. We're going to break. And at some point during the ceremony, the very tip of the Ason, just a little tip of it, I was doing my salutations. I had the bell in one hand. The Ason went just went flying towards the drummers. I wasn't worried about it because I knew it was going to happen. It told me 3 times, we're going to break. I say this because things are going to happen. This divination process is just the tip of the iceberg. Our sister talked about dreams. Yesterday we talked about dreams. Dreaming is an important part of the divination process. So we're all going to be dreaming. We're going to be throwing those shells down. We're going to be pulling cards. We're going to continue doing this because this is also part of the work, that more ritual has to be done, more installation-related work, not just, the walls, exactly. So these are things that our fearless director and our lead chief curatorial director, and there are other lead directors and directors here, curators here. These are the things that we're going to be figuring out, determining with precision, with a clear discernment and a clear sense of discipline. Because while on one hand what we're doing is kind of new, a lot of us are just meeting for the first time, being physically, right? There's that. And there's always a kind of awkwardness to new enterprises, but there's no more room for that and there's no more time for that anymore. That is what came through very strongly in the divination that I did. And there were lots of things that Kanisi has spoken to that has to do with mess being cleared up, and I would like for you to speak to that, if you may.
Okay. Togozan.
Togozan.
Yeah, you're so pretty. Look at you guys, so beautiful. Yes, sis. The first thing that we're just shown right now is language. The way we speak to our bodies and the way we speak to land is part of the discipline and the patience. Now, and one of those things is, how do we utilize language that is soft and tends to us? A language that is soft and tends to us, rather than a language that is at war with our bodies, with our land, with our memories, with our histories, with our dreams. And so, to flip it and reverse it, we put this proposition forward. Instead of resistance, we insist. We insist that we're here. We're not resisting to be here. We insist that we're here. Flip it and reverse it. In the tongue, what our tongue gets to speak, the languages in our mouths are colonial languages. We have to do other things, make it nimble, soften it so it can recognize who we are. There are certain things we're asked not to say in public, so this part has to be said to the family.
Right.
Which other part do you want us to?
Y'all the family now, let's check it out. Y'all the family.
Yeah, the other stuff is it's a sacred in family sacredness. Yeah, but as someone who's coming from Southern Africa with healing practices from Southern Africa, it was such an expansiveness to be in the presence of the practices here. We have a saying or sayings when we are on the ground speaking, emzini emkhulu and to the sky. We say, Makukhanye, let there be light. Makuphile, may there be healing. Makwande, may it be expansive. Makubenjalo, may it be so. So all that has been said here, makukhanye, makuphile, makwande, makubenjalo.
We want to thank this space and the people who inhabit it and the people who are its curators on its day-to-day basis, its staff, its administrators, the volunteers who are here. Everyone, Mireille and Marie and David, the whole staff who has been so kind and so generous. We can't thank you enough for making this happen. You know, our existences we would have, well, I think we would have connected eventually, but it would have taken a little bit more time for that to happen. And those of us who have been talking to each other, my sister and I have been working on projects together, always at a distance. It's not by accident I saw her, I told her, you're sitting right next to me. You're not going anywhere. But I would have never met the beautiful spirit that is Yanifa Ruth and her commitment to this process. And she was one of the first people for whom Spirit spoke directly to yesterday. And the kindness and the generosity and the thoughtfulness of everyone here, everyone who took on responsibilities that would not have been possible to make this happen at all. But the museum, you gave us this space. You gave us the space. And for that we say, Aibobo, Aibobo, Aibobo. And of course, Amy Rose, you've done so much work. I know your sister friend, our sister Iya, sister priestess, a consecrated head who is not physically embodied here, is present in this space. And she gives thanks to you for your perseverance, for your insistence, for your determination to make this happen. And we thank you for her. And we thank you for allowing this, enabling this to happen. I know you didn't have a choice, but we had choices. But Spirit, as we've said over and over and over again, has made it such, and our training as a consecrated heads have made it such that we have learned to obey. And we trust. We trust, we trust, we trust. And that theme has to remain among us because that is ultimately the nature of love. Okay. Thank you.
And thank you to you all who came to witness all of this. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Sure. Before you leave, we would like to pull a card for our collective Ori, our collective consciousness, the tie that binds all of our lives here today in this moment.
And I have to say, I've known this beautiful goddess since she was like, what, second grade?
Oh my God.
I was the
It's
counselor
true.
at the school. Don't I look good? But I am so very proud of her because the first shall be last, the last shall be first. She led me into spirit. And I'm so glad. I'm so grateful for you. I love you.
I love you.
I'm so proud. My daughter.
While she's doing that, I want to thank my old friend who's trying to run out of here, Juanita Alcina, who helped with some of the running around that had to be done this week. And I want to thank my own son. I don't take advantage of my boy, Prince Martial James Davis, for being here documenting the images that he has, and he'll be sharing that with all of us. And those of you who moved from long distances or long places, you came from afar, like Alana Morris, thank you again for being here. Yes, now we're ready.
Ashe. So these are the Sacred Ori affirmation card decks, which I created in 2020. And one of the most important values in the Yoruba culture is Iwa Pwele, which is good character. And the good character only really exists when we have good relationship with our Ori, with nature, and with each other. And so no matter what spirit, no matter what deity, no matter what Orisha, no matter what Lwa, the most important is our Ori, and that is our inner head, okay? And so we're gonna pull, I'm gonna ask Amy, if it's okay, to, I'll come to you, to pull a card for our collective Ori as we close today's gathering, at least for today, all right? So what is it that our collective Ori wants us to know and pay attention to? Oh, it's patience. We can't make this up.
Tripping.
We cannot make
That's the card I
this
pulled
up.
yesterday. Oh my God.
Maybe we'll pull one tomorrow.
It means all of you. You have to wait for the work we are doing.
All of us. Ashe. So, well, yeah, if we want, we could pass the card around so y'all could see this beautiful art by Gina Cherry, who's a local artist in Miami. And so this is what we were talking about, right? The cultivation and the nurturing and the caretaking. And we're like, really like, because we pulled this card yesterday. And so it continues. So I'm gonna read from the booklet and then we're gonna do the affirmation together. Okay, so if we didn't get it yesterday, today we got it. All right? Number 2, intention is created in darkness, but it doesn't have to stay there. Consider a baby in a womb. They are in darkness, yet they are growing. Imagine that you are in a womb, the womb of life. You will grow, things may change, not go as planned, or not even go your way, but an intention is still being created. That intention may be a project, a vision, a relationship, or something else precious. Although the darker times may be hard, continue to nurture your intention and help bring it to light. Ashe. So now we hold our Ori with 2 hands. If you're able to, say thank you first. And you'll repeat after me. Ori, please help me to endure in moments of darkness. May I not fear the darkness, but have patience as I grow into the best version of my higher self. Ashe, ashe, asheo. Ashe.
In case we didn't get it the first time. Thank you. Ah, yes.
We have the amazing Layla, and here's the most amazing photographer. So she's inviting everyone to the stage for a group photo.